Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Super Tour here at beautiful Crosscut Nordic International Ski Area here in Bozeman, Montana. We are getting ready for a day of sprinting, so if you'll please stand by and we will be back shortly. It's a beautiful day. It's probably about 5 to 6 degrees, sunny skies. We'll show you a little bit from the drone. A gorgeous, gorgeous day here. It is very, very cool after a really interesting day of snow. We look forward to giving you coverage, and we'll be back shortly. Thank you.
Good morning, sports fans. It's another beautiful day here at Crosscut Mountain Sports Center. We are here with the Freestyle Sprint SuperTour men's qualifier. Michael Earnhardt, our first starter, is about to go off. It's a very cold morning this morning. It was about -1 Fahrenheit, maybe 2 degrees now with the sun. Here goes Michael Earnhardt, first one to start. He will be followed by Logan Diekman. Michael Earnhardt out of the APU Alaska Pacific University team. He's going to go, this course is 1.5 kilometers. These laps should take about 3 minutes, maybe 3.5 minutes. There goes Logan Diekman now as well. You're going to start the course. This is the course that we'll be on all day for the heats as well. We can follow Michael here. Go out the stadium, first left-hander. Pretty long, sustained uphill that's going to loop back around kind of behind the start-finish area. This morning for the qualifier, we'll have starters every 15 seconds, so it'll get very rapid fire, very fun. There goes Michael up to kind of the top of the course, very gradual course this one, so it'll definitely be interesting to watch how the tactics play out in the heats. You can see Michael coming around, get a little bit of a push around that corner over the top of the hill, a little bit of rest there. Trying to get as much out of those skis as he can, pushing as hard over the top of that hill, down into that next corner. He's going to go drop down kind of to the bottom of the course towards where the finish of the 20K was yesterday. And then he's going to make a 90-degree or 180-degree corner and come right back up towards the start. And that is the course we'll be on all day. Let's stay tuned for his time. He's one of the top seeded athlete today based off of his FIS points. So he should set a pretty good time here. It'll be interesting to see how each team has played it, what their skis are like, and how the results shake down. This qualifier, the top 30 qualifiers from this morning will go on to the heats. There will be a quarterfinal, a semifinal, and a final. It'll go from 30 to 16, or 30 to 30 to 12, and then to 6, and then the winner will come from that final. Great skiing here for Michael. This is definitely where the legs start to burn. Quite cold. I'm sure his lungs hurting quite a bit. Feeling the elevation. Still skiing quite hard here. This is kind of like the last little bit. Pushing very hard here. Let's see what his finish sprint looks like. Definitely tell, feeling the lactate in the legs. And a great qualifier from him. Let's see if he throws the leg. Nice. Okay, and we should be getting live results here shortly. Here comes Logan Diekman. That was pretty close, maybe not even 15 seconds. Let's see what the results are like. Then we have our third starter, Will Koch, great skier, CU Boulder, coming in. Another great time. Let's see where he lines up with everybody. Adam Witowski of the SMS T2 team coming in to finish here. You can see everybody bundled up. Definitely a cold day out here this morning. This is Julian Locke from from Blackjack ski team out of Canada. He's also affiliated with the Nordic Pulse app. He is the owner and founder of Nordic Pulse. This is Graham Houtsma finishing now. Gonna get another great drone shot here. This is number 14. That is Derek Richardson, otherwise known as Buster, another APU skier, doing a great job. V2ing really well up this long gradual section. It'll definitely be interesting to see how this plays out in the heats with kind of a long gradual uphill at the start, then some moderate skiing down through the midsection, and then kind of a long working section gradual up to the start or up to the finish, start-finish area. I would expect it'll definitely be a quite tactical race. You can see Buster really doing a great job here. pushing hard down that hill around the corner. You really want to carry as much speed as you can, especially when the snow is this cold. Your skis definitely feel like sandpaper, and there's not much you can really do about that, unfortunately. Let me see if we can find any of the live results so far.
Cameron, I'm going to stay on you as a picture-in-picture.
My RC is effed up.
You can see that is Trey Jones just finishing on the left there. Another great skier from CU Boulder as well. Now you can see Zachary Jane finishing as well, Utah skier. This is another APU skier we're following with the drone. Definitely very interesting once you can watch enough of these skiers ski this course. You can kind of see where the differences are made, where they make up time, where some of them push a little harder, where some of them maybe lose a little bit of time. There's Buster finishing now on the left side, Derek Richardson. Let's see if we can find his time. Following him into the finish. See if he throws the leg. Ooh, seems like he gave everything out there. That's what we want, for sure. This is Reed Goebel finishing on the bottom left of your screen. Another BSF skier, hometown skier originally from the Midwest, but now lives in Bozeman, skis full time. That is another BSF Pros team skier starting in the right-hand bottom of your screen. So again, this is day 2 of the Mountain Project MSU SuperTour. This is not actually the MSU invite. This is a SuperTour event only. These two events are together combined this year, so trying to get as many participants as possible, really raise the level and get a lot of skiers together. It'll definitely be interesting to see how many of the college athletes opt to start this race, because this is not a college race. They don't get any points for this, and tomorrow is the MSU Invitational, so they would probably want to focus on yesterday and tomorrow. This is Thomas O'Hara finishing on the left hand of your screen there, looking great. And this race is, like I said, a super tour, so athletes trying to qualify, get super tour points, get FIS points, qualify for the World Cup, and the World Cup, essentially. Unfortunately, all of the World Championship spots for men's sprinting are filled from our amazing World Cup team. Okay, and it looks like we found some live results. Currently, live unofficial results. Currently, John Steele Hagenbuch in first with a time of 2:38.87, which is quite fast for this course considering the conditions, the altitude, how cold it is. Michael Earnhardt in second. That was the skier we followed around the first course, or the first skier of the day. Then Emil Jontun from CU Zachary Jane in 4th, Will Koch in 5th, Logan Diekman 6th. Logan Diekman retired last year, but has decided to come out and see what he can do in this qualifier today. Max Cluck in 7th, Adam Witowski in 8th, Elijah Weening 9th, and Trey Jones 10th. Graham Houtsma 11th, Ari Endestad 12th, Anders Weiss 13th, John Schwinghammer 14th, and Julian Locke 16th. These results will be updated, and those people who are down more towards 30 will be hoping that these later starters don't bump them out and they get to continue their day on to the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. I don't anticipate anyone beating Johnny's time at this point. He is 3 seconds ahead of Michael Earnhardt, which is quite a fast time. Like I said, Michael Earnhardt, the top seeded skier in this race. So on paper, he would be the fastest, but today he was second. Another CU buff skier, I believe that was Xander Maurer coming across the line there. This is Jake Adikoff, Sun Valley Gold Team skier. I believe he also trains with Team Åkerdale in the summer in Norway. That was another University of Utah skier. Let me try and figure out quite who that was. That was Lucas Wilmot of the University of Utah. Seems like many of the American skiers opting to participate in this sprint race, the American college skiers. Many of the college European skiers appear to be absent from the start list. And that makes a lot of sense to me. I think for the American skiers have a lot more to gain from these races, this sprint race today, where the European college skiers are really typically only focused on the NCAA season. Our top three still John Steele Hagenbuch, Michael Earnhardt, and Emil Jontun. Zachary Jane still in 4th, Will Koch still in 5th, and Logan Diekman still in 6th. So quite a good result from him for taking most of the year off and just starting a full-time job. DU skier finishing on the left hand of your picture. That is number 42. Is Landon Wyatt, a homegrown Bozeman skier. He is now at Denver University. I think he's a freshman this year. Great skier. I think he has been training with the BSF team for quite some time. We are following number 52 here with the drone, Christian Landers of the Montana Endurance Academy. Now you can definitely, it'll be great to watch him navigate this course compared to some of the skiers we followed so far, and you can really get a sense of where the time is to be made and how you can ski this course most effectively after you follow. You can kind of watch a lot of these skiers and see what they do, and then you can maybe learn a little something from them. Navigating that corner quite well, definitely a tight one. Seems to be getting a little soft there with all the snow we have had in the past 24 hours. The groomers have done a great job, but of course it is hard once you've had quite a bit of snow to really get the trails to be 100% firm. They are quite firm today, but definitely breaking down a little bit after so many skiers going across them. Christian Landers really trying to get everything out of that tuck that he can, free skating around those corners. Let's see if he can catch the skier in front of him. That sometimes happens in these sprint races with the 15-second interval start. I don't think he's going to be able to do it, though, unfortunately. Maybe we'll expect quite a good time from him. Seems like he skied this course quite well. Our top six, still the same. Logan Diekman in 6th, Max Cluck in 7th, Adam Witowski 8th, Elijah Weening 9th, Trey Jones in 10th. Woody West from the British Ski Foundation, great result from him. He is a U20 skier, the first U20 skier in 11th. Then Graham Houtsma in 12th, Ariane de Stad 13th, Anders Weiss 14th, John Schwinghammer 15th, Joel Power, great result from the MSU Bobcat in 16th, Julian Locke 17th, Joseph Lynch 18th, Nate Veldman, another BSF junior skier, in 19th, Phineas Fisher in 20th, Montana State skier, Carl Roon 21st, Thomas O'Hara 22, Lucas Wilmot 23, Braden Becker 24, Luca Riley 25, Christian Landers 26, Wilson Moore, BSF skier 27, Johannes Flotten 28, Joseph Grandes 29, Derek Richardson 30. Derek Richardson was the skier we followed around the course previously. Two BSF skiers finishing there on the left of your screen. Doing a great job to push all the way to the line. Just got word all of the men are now out on course. So we are well on our way to the rest of the day in this race. The women will be starting quite soon, I believe. A little bit of a break, and then they will go out. Then for the heats, which will follow this qualifier, the men and women will flip-flop. It will go all of the women's quarterfinals first, then all of the men's quarterfinals, then the women's semifinals, then the men's semifinals, then the women's finals, then the men's finals. Let me see if I can find you the schedule for when that will take place. Looks like the first men's quarterfinal is at 11. So stay tuned for that. Now I've talked about why this race is important for a lot of these skiers today, and qualifying for World Cup is the main objective here for a lot of these skiers. This race will be an Olympic qualifier, World Cup qualifier for potentially Period 4 and COC starts, which are the Continental Cup leader. All of the SuperTour races are scored for the COC competition, and at the end of the year, whoever has that COC leaders bib will get the Period 1 of the World Cup. They will get starts for all of the races of that Period 1 for the next year. That's about 3 or 4 weekends of racing depending on the year, and it starts in yeah, right around November and goes all the way up until right before Christmas. So that's a big opportunity for a skier to have a commitment to be able to race, you know, a series of World Cups, get a lot of opportunities. That's something that definitely is highly contested, and whoever wins that COC Leaders Bib definitely uh, has a lot of bragging rights and definitely has a lot of opportunities going forward. For discretionary picks for maybe this period 4 of the World Cup this year, typically a lot of the way that the discretionary committee picks is based off of the qualifier results. So the qualifier is typically very heavily emphasized in sprint racing because, you know, if you get over to Europe, it doesn't really matter how good you are in the heats if you can't get there. So qualifying definitely has an emphasis on this Super Tour circuit, and especially today. I would expect Johnny Hagenbuch is quite happy with his result. Definitely a strong showing from him. And I was chatting with him yesterday, and I guess he's going to head back after this race here back to the EISA Carnival Circuit, which is the Eastern College races. They have, I think, one carnival every weekend for a series of weekends before NCAAs. And I believe NCAAs this year at Dartmouth Skiway. So that will be great to watch. The men's qualifying has concluded, and we will take a little break before the women's qualifying takes place here shortly. Okay, we are 1 minute away from the start of the women's qualifier on this second day of the MSU Invitational and Super Tour race. This first starter you see in your picture is Erin Bianco. She is the top ranked skier for this race today. Behind her is Renee Anderson, the second highly ranked skier, and then behind her is Erica Lavin, number 103. She is the winner of yesterday's 20K mass start. Should be a great race for these women. They're, like I said before, the qualifier is a lot of their focus for today's race, as that's the one of the main ways that they can qualify for World Cup racing. These first two skiers are professional skiers, and they full-time focus on trying to get on the World Cup. Both have started World Cups this season, I believe, and they are both off to their races now. I'm joined in the booth today by Kai Myers, a MSU skier. How's it going today, Kai, and what do you think about these races?
I'm excited to be here, and another interesting note about those qualifiers is, I could be mistaken here, but I believe that the qualifier is what counts towards getting you onto those World Cup starts, as Noel was talking about there. So the qualifier result is particularly important if you're trying to get on the World Cup for a sprint. And then the Erica Lavin here, or I'm sorry, Erin Bianco here is cruising up the first hill, coming around and up to the top. Great technique there, flat skis and a lot of power going through those poles.
Yeah, she's definitely skiing pretty well. Let's see, this is kind of the top of the course. Now, we were kind of chatting about this before. What do you think the waxing is like today? Do you think with the change in the temperature, it's quite cold now, 4 degrees, it's supposed to warm up quite a bit, maybe 20 degrees by the time the final happens. How do you think that affects today's race?
I imagine that right now they've done a fair bit of testing earlier in the week when it was a little colder and have a pretty good idea of what they want to run, but I bet as it warms up, coaches will be out testing in between heats, and there might be some changes in the wax call throughout the day. But I wonder if some coaches might try and gamble and have a little warmer wax because once they get into the heats, they can't actually change anything about the skis. So I wonder if some might gamble a little bit.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how skis play a factor in the later stages of this race. Erin Bianco really pushing hard over the top of that hill, still skiing great, probably about 30-45 seconds left in her race. Let's see what she can make of it, and let's see how she fares. We can get a good sense of her time once she comes across the line. Renee Anderson right behind her, so we'll see where she stands as well. Great free skate from her. Let's see. Yeah, pushing some V2 alternate. Underrated technique in my opinion. And now she's, really, really cranking up the hill. So this course, long, gradual uphill, then, a little bit of rolling hills, pretty solid rest, then a long working section back into the finish. What would your tactics be today? What would your pacing be like, Kai, for this race if you were out there racing the qualifier?
I am nowhere near the qualifier that you are, Noel, but I think that I would try and take it a little bit easy on the start there, just because of how flat the course is today, and really try and pace myself so that I can finish strong. I think that with the course being on the flatter side, you've got a lot of time in the back half, and you can definitely burn it a little early.
Wow, on the bottom left of your screen, you can see Erica Lavin actually passed Renee Anderson, so that means she is 15 seconds ahead of her already. Incredible result from Erica Lavin. Really, really putting on a show of her talent here. I assume she will be the top qualifier today with a result like that. Renee Anderson, really no slouch when it comes to sprinting either. And in terms of, I think you're dead on with the pacing for today. I think you don't really want to push it too hard out of the start. I think you want to ski big and powerful, and really not make yourself too tired before the end, because that long gradual uphill into the finish really definitely you can lose some time there if you don't focus on that. And we are looking at our results now. Erica Lavin in first, the number 4 starter, Evan O'Dean Dufour in second, Erin Bianco third, and Renee Anderson fourth. We are now watching number 115. Appears to be a CU skier.
I think it's Hannah Abraham.
Yeah, this is Hannah Abrahamson of the CU Buffs. I think she's had a pretty good season so far. Are you familiar with her results?
I'm not as familiar with her results as I should be this season, but she has been a perennial podium finisher on the RMISA circuit, and I believe on the Super Tours as well in the past. And so she might be one to watch out there today.
Yeah, we'll definitely be watching her. Great to see these follow shots. You can really see the flat nature of this course. That is a DU skier coming into the finish there on the left hand of your screen. You can see almost no V1ing happening in this course today, almost all V2. It just shows the power and technique that these skiers really have to be able to ski this course only in the V2 technique.
And we can see a DU skier here coming through to the finish in your bottom left screen there, and it looks like we're still following Hannah Abrahamson around the course here.
We're going to switch to DU skier.
Okay. And as that DU skier comes in, it looks like Hannah may be closing a little bit of time on her, but they should be pretty tight as they come around. And that is Maya Moland and then maybe actually Carolina Coletta coming into the finish after her. And then she'll be followed by Mia Case, Hannah Abrahamson, and Rosie Whittington Evans. I believe all, except for potentially Mia Case, college skiers there, with Mia Case coming for Sun Valley Ski Education.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see a lot more of these, maybe the women European college skiers opting to do today's race, where a lot of the men of college skiers who were of European origin not racing. You can see Hannah Abrahamson coming into the finish here, doing a great V2. Let's see what she has left. Maybe if she chose the right pacing, seems like she's definitely going to have a good sprint here towards the end. Try and keep you updated on the top qualifiers so far. Here's a MSU skier coming into the finish as well.
That's Rosie Whittington Evans coming in there, and looks like, I mean, Hannah Abrahamson finishing, but Rosie Whittington Evans also coming through there in 116. Seemed like a close gap between them, at least based on our cameras. They could have, Rosie Whittington Evans could have closed some time there. I know that her strength has been more in distance, but it's cool to see her having some good sprint results here too. And then it looks like we're following Sophie Spalding here up the first hill. And for a little qualifier result check-in, we have Erica Lavin finishing in first. Eve Udin Dushfor, I'm sorry for butchering that, from University of Denver, coming in second. Montana State's Anna Price in third. Leah Stabik-Wienes from Denver. And Erin Bianco with BFSF Pro finishing out the top 5. Ostrid Lind in there, and Emma Albrecht coming through in 7th.
Yeah, Emma Albrecht used to be a MSU skier as well, so great day for the MSU Bobcats, including their alumni. You have a University of Utah skier coming into the finish there on the bottom left of your screen. That is number 21.
And then we're still following Sophie Spalding up here, and it looks like we have, I believe, Lily Pancook finishing with APU in your bottom left corner, followed by, is that maybe I'm missing her name, that's my bad. But we have Sophie Spalding still coming around, coming into the back half of the course onto the last downhill before she rips around into the finish here and makes her way through to the finish.
Delaney Jackson finishing there. Still a great view of the skier 129, doing a great job coming through. So let's see how she fares with this last gradual uphill, and trying to get everything out of the tuck there. We'll hope you stay with us to the heat races of today. Definitely where a lot of the action is. All of these racers will put down their time today in the qualifier, and then the top 30 will be selected to race the heats. That is number 127 finishing there. That is Ashley out of the Bridger Ski Foundation. Like I said, top 30 will be qualified for the heats. Those 30 will be separated into 5 quarterfinals. Then they will, the top 2 will be selected from each heat, plus 2 extra, which are called lucky losers, based on their time. Then those 12 will race the semifinals, and then 6 of them will be selected for the finals. Great finish from the CU Buff skier here. What do you think about, who do you think you have your money on for today's race, Kai?
Oh man, I don't know who to put the money on, but I think that there's some strong candidates today. I think that this course might lend itself to some strong finishing power and a little bit of drafting. And if I remember correctly, at U.S. Nationals, that Erica Lavin was very strong in that department, so I think she could be a good one to watch. And then it looks like we have Lily Murnane finishing, or no, Sabine Camus from Montana State University coming into the finish right now. And then we have Sarah Beaulieu from Auburn Ski Club out of Truckee finishing up, followed by Ari Grandy. And I think that Erica Lavin could be a good one to watch, as well as and then Keely Lemke following Ari Grandy there into the finish. But I think that my pick today might be Emma Albrecht, just because I know she was really hyped about this race, and she was telling me about it a couple days ago.
Yeah, she's definitely had a great season so far. I mean, started period 1 off really well, and I think she's actually headed to the World Cup in next weekend in Italy. So she's definitely one to watch. If you follow along with that, you can look for her name on the results list. We hope she, qualifies there and shows her strength. So yeah, definitely one to watch here. Erica Lavin for sure. I think, Renee Anderson, also a great skier. Erin Bianco had a good period 1 on the World Cup, and she's also one to watch. She's skis for Bridger Ski Foundation Pro Team, and she's Emma Albrecht's teammate as well. So a little bit of a team feud there, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, it seems like those two are potentially fighting it out a little bit for COC leader and paid World Cup starts at the end of the season, and potentially going into next year, depending on what races they show up to. So kind of cool that you got teammates fighting it out for those awards. In there for those COC leader positions, too, is I believe Kate Oldham, who is over on World Cup right now and snuck her way into the top 30 today. And I believe Renee is also in there, and I'm sure I'm forgetting more, but there's a bunch of talented ladies pushing it out to try and get that COC leader, which is one of the coveted spots of domestic professional ski racing here in the U.S.
Yeah, that's definitely right. That's definitely what a lot of these skiers are going for. The top 30 hasn't changed too much, or top 6, I guess, hasn't changed too much. Erica Lavin, Eve Odine Dufour, Anna Price, Leah Wienis, Erin Bianco, Astrid Lund, Nina Schamberger, Emma Albrecht, number 8, Tilda Bongman, number 9, Mia Case, number 10, Renee Anderson, 11, Annabelle Needham, number 12, Caroline Coletta, number 13, Rosie Whitting-Evans in 14, and Maya Moland in your top 15 spot. It'll definitely be interesting to see. The times aren't incredibly spread out. Erica Lavin did win the qualifier by 10 seconds, so that is definitely outstanding performance from her. Seems like now all of our women have finished this qualifier, so we're going to take a little break, and we'll come back to you with the quarterfinals when those commence. Welcome back to Crosscut Mountain Sports Center. We are about to start the men's quarterfinal number 1 on this second day of the MSU Invitational and Super Tour race. From right to left, we have Johnny Hagenbuch, number 1, our top qualifier. Then we have Trey Jones, number 10. Then to the left of him is Woody West, I believe. And then Zachary
Looks like
They are lining up to start. The way the race today is going to work, there's going to be 6 people in each heat. They're going to go around this course that they used in the qualifier. It's going to go out, slight downhill, left-hand corner, up a long uphill, and then sort of long, flat downhill, and then another 180 straight back to the finish. Very flat course, a lot of working. It'll be interesting to see how these tactics play out. What do you think, Kai? How would you ski it if you were in this first heat?
Man, I would sure try and take it. I would sure try and take it out easy at the start. I feel like the draft is going to be pretty big, but try and maintain a good position because, in my opinion, on flat courses, it's important to maintain a spot where you can have a good attack and not have to come from too far behind, especially through that corner into the finish.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think definitely the finish is going to be quite important in this race. So again, this heat 1 is John Steele Hagenbuch, 10 is Trey Jones, 11 Woody West, 20 Phineas Fisher Black, 21 Carl Roon, and 30 Derek Richardson. They are off. You can see, let's see who tries to take the lead, and let's see who tries to stay in the back.
Looks like John Steele taking it out from the front, followed by what looks like Woody West and Buster Richardson hanging out in the back there, with Finn Sweet in front of him, and Trey Jones taking his own line up the center there. We'll see if he tries to come around and make his way up into the front pack, or if he's going to sit back. Looks like he's going to sit back here and take a rest.
Yeah, looks like Johnny's really taking no prisoners, making this an absolutely honest race. He, maybe has a little bit of confidence from that top qualifying spot and really doesn't want to take any chances. So already a gap there, right into the beginning of this race. Let's see if, interesting strategy. I think definitely can be a good choice. Stay away, make sure you make it to the final, but at the same time, you really don't want to overcook yourself for that final. It is a long day. So if you qualify out of this heat, you have quarterfinal, semifinal, and then a final. So will be 4 times total around this race. So you really don't want to go too hard. Don't want to push yourself that much because you want to save something for the final. Definitely, quite a big gap there now.
Yeah, definitely a risky strategy, but as we saw yesterday, if anyone has the fitness to do it, it's probably Johnny. And the other interesting thing that he might be thinking about while pulling this move is the Super Tour overall standings, which I believe he moved into first on yesterday in front of Luke Jager, who's over racing World Cups right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure that's in his mind. He really doesn't want to take any chances, really wants to get maximum points for that. And Johnny taking that top spot potentially has World Championships starts depending on this race and this weekend for the Trondheim World Champs, which are here pretty soon. Looks like maybe he's slowed down a little bit and becoming challenged now by other people. Like we said, this finish here is quite a big part of the race. Long, gradual end of the race, and let's see how it turns out for him.
Yeah, it looks like they're coming into the finish now with Johnny still in front, still skiing really strong, followed by Trey Jones and Phineas Fisher. Looks like we're coming to the finish there. Johnny looks like he may take it, but Phineas Fisher and Trey Jones are challenging him on the side there. Trey Jones may take this one to the line, but it looks like Johnny got there in time. One of the things that Johnny taking that race out so hard will be good for is lucky loser positions. So Finn there in third with Johnny taking that race out as hard as he did likely has a really good chance of making it into the semifinals with how fast that race heat was and how he managed to sneak up there into third and get across the line in the time he did. So that's something to pay attention to as the results progress. But that's likely going to be a really fast heat. And
Yeah, the lucky loser time, the current lucky loser time from Phineas Fisher Black is 2:42.98. So that's the time you're going to want to watch going forward. If any of these other people that finish in third or fourth beat that time, that means they get that lucky loser spot and they will be going towards the semifinal. But like Kai said, quite a fast heat. Johnny definitely made that one very honest. So we would expect that to probably be the fastest heat, but let's keep watching and find out. This is quarterfinal number 2 for the men. We have from right to left, Joel Power, Zachary Jane, Max Cluck, Anders Weiss, Andrew Newell, actually number 24. You might remember him from XE Ski Films. And number 27, Christian Landers. Let's see who decides to take it out hot here and who decides to stay in the back. Trey Jones was in 6th out of the start there, Kai, and then came all the way back to be in 2nd. Do you think anybody else in this heat can do that?
You know, I think that's a strong strategy. And also, I think it speaks to Trey Jones' really strong finishing speed that we saw showcased at U.S. Nationals. But I think the big decider today is going to be Andrew Newell's Nordic Ski Films experience doing backflips and 360s on Stratton Mountain in Vermont. Yeah,
definitely remarkable stuff there. I know Zachary Jane has had a pretty outstanding season. He's a young Utah skier, originally from Bend, Oregon. Let's see what he can do in this heat. They're off, and we'll see who takes the lead first. Looks like they're pretty even. It's not really anybody really want to go out hot. Looks like maybe they're slowing down. Joel Power taking the lead now. And number 14, Anders Weiss in the back there. Andrew Newell actually maybe challenging for the lead.
Yeah, it looks like Max Cluck is up there in front with Andrew Newell potentially pushing his way up out the side. Zachary Jane hanging in there in 3rd, and Joel is potentially electing to take that same route that Trey Jones did. I know that Joel has a lot of practice on a similar course around the Crosscut Biathlon range in the summer, so we'll see if that experience plays out at all today.
Yeah, absolutely. Crosscut here has a roller ski track in the summer that kind of follows a lot of these courses, so I'm sure Joel has quite a bit of experience there. Maybe he can turn that into a good result here in this quarterfinal number 2. Here they come towards the downhill section. This is pretty much the only rest on this entire course. And then pretty lined out there. Let's see if there are any differences in ski speed. Usually a lot of the teams have pretty similar skis, so if you notice someone on a team here that has faster skis, typically that'll be true through the rest of the race. Interesting here today with these new ski rules, these athletes turn their skis into a staging area at the beginning of the quarterfinals, and then they're not allowed to touch them. There's no waxing or brushing or anything that happens in between any of these heats. So the skis that they start on are the skis that they're going to end on. So that could be a factor as it warms up here and the snow starts to change.
Yeah, definitely, especially as that bright Montana sun starts to touch those snow crystals. It could get a little bit warmer and potentially change the snow a little bit. But I think it's likely, given how cold it was this morning, that it won't have a huge effect other than making everyone's skis faster. And we can see here that it looks like a group of 5 is pulling away from the racer in the back, Christian Landers from Montana Endurance Academy, but he looks like he might be making his way back in. We've got Zachary Jane in 2nd. Looks like Max Cluck still in 1st. Anders Weiss fighting it out for 3rd, and Joel Power looking to try and get in there, coming from the back to try and steal one of those qualifier positions. But it looks like it's going to be between Anders Weiss, Max Cluck, and Zach Jane with a tight finish here. It looks like maybe Anders is going to, or Zach Jane took it with a tight finish between Max Cluck and Anders there. And so we will have to see from potentially a photo finish who got that one between Anders Weiss and Max Cluck there.
Definitely a slower heat, that one. Looks like they're maybe about a second slower, so wouldn't expect any of the lucky losers. Oh, well, yeah, I wouldn't expect any of the lucky losers to come from that heat. Maybe on Anders Weiss, but we'll have to see exactly how fast that time was once the live results get updated.
Yeah, still waiting on the result of that photo finish, but we're moving on to freestyle heat number 3 here with Will Koch, Logan Diekman making a return, John Schwinghammer, and Julian Locke, Braden Becker from Craftsbury, and Luca Riley of Colorado University. I know that Luca Riley was having some health problems, so it's really sweet to see him out mixing it up at U.S. Nationals and back in the heats here in Bozeman.
Still, the results of the photo finish are out. Must have been very tight. I'm sure the TDs are reviewing that footage and reviewing their finish very, very closely. Now we're getting on to this next heat. I mean, we got some pretty heavy hitters in this one. Some guys who are definitely maybe more prone towards the sprint specialist category. I think Logan Diekman, Julian Locke, one of them. Will Koch, obviously very good yesterday in the 20K, but has had some outstanding sprint results. I would expect this one to be, with that makeup of skiers, maybe a little more tactical, a little less honest. But Braden Becker, again, an outstanding skier, and I think he tends more towards the VO2 Max Master, so maybe he'll try and take this out really hot.
Yeah, as they line up here, I've also seen Will Koch definitely take it out hot before, so we'll see if he wants to try and get a lucky loser position out of this heat. But as it stands right now, it looks like Logan Diekman wants to control this race, and potentially Braden Becker behind him with Will Koch in third, and some of the other athletes rounding up the back. It looks like John Schwinghammer is taking up that back position right now, with Luca Riley hanging out behind Will and Braden there. The interesting thing about this heat compared to some of the other ones is they're spreading out a lot more. It looks like people are trying to fight more for those third and fourth positions than they were in the earlier heats.
Yeah, maybe they're watching the live stream, kind of figuring out the tactics, looking at other people, maybe listening to us a little bit. Yeah, it looks like, I mean, definitely interesting tactics from Logan. I would assume after having taken a full-time job and maybe not doing the amount of training that he's normally used to, that he maybe doesn't have quite the fitness, but we'll see if he can get out here and stay in front all the way to the finish. Like we said, maybe some of these people, maybe some of these athletes will feel good up through here, and then they get to that last 30 seconds, that long uphill, and really feel the lactate in the legs, feel the burn of the lungs, and maybe lose a little bit of steam. I know I've definitely felt that many a time in many a sprint race.
Oh yeah, I sure remember a certain Houghton sprint, junior sprint heat that I was in, where I felt like I'd made my move at the perfect time for 10 seconds later to have my legs flooded and fall back a good number of positions into out of the semifinals that day. But it looks like Julian Locke has moved up into the front and is potentially trying to. Well, it looks like he's potentially trying to make a move here and string things out a little bit before they get into that finish there. I don't know if this is a strategy we've seen yet today, taking the lead into this last little downhill and heading into the finish. If he's got strong legs, that could be a good way to get yourself in a great position for the sprint and avoid a slingshot situation. He is really putting the hammer down now. It looks like Logan Diekman is trying to follow. We'll see if those power hour trainings are going to help him on this one. And Braden Becker coming around the outside to try and make a race out of it. Will Koch also coming up through the inside to see. We may end up with a 4 or 5, maybe even a 6-man sprint here, but Julian Locke taking it away from the front. Braden Becker coming in the inside, and Logan Diekman fighting it out with Braden Becker for that last spot, with Will Koch potentially being able to get a foot in here, but it looked like it was Julian Locke and Logan Diekman.
Yeah, definitely incredibly tight finish. I think that was actually John Schwinghammer there in third, with Braden Becker maybe coming in sixth, but definitely incredibly close finish. Really impressive from Logan Diekman and Julian Locke. Definitely, I mean, Schwinghammer's no slouch himself, so we'll another photo finish, and we'll try and keep you updated on those results. The results from the quarterfinal heat number 2, Zachary Jane, Anders Weiss make it through, and Max Cluck, unfortunately, does not get that lucky loser spot. Oh, well, yeah, does not get that lucky loser spot. Potentially does. Still awaiting the results of this quarterfinal heat number 3. We are now on to quarterfinal heat number 4. And the participants in that heat are Michael Earnhardt, Elijah Wiening, Graham Houtsma, Nate Veltman, Thomas O'Hara, and Johannes Flotten. There is Thomas O'Hara and Johannes Flotten. Graham Houtsma having a great period 1. I know he struggled from a little sickness during U.S. Nationals, so hopefully he's recovered and ready to race well. Michael Earnhardt, one of those skiers who's really searching for that COC spot. He's had a great season and I think raced some World Cups earlier this season. He was on period 1 and is now back fighting amongst the domestic skiers and really looking to maybe make a good showing here.
Yeah, Michael actually won the not the U.S. Nationals, but the double point SuperTour sprint in Anchorage at the end of the week there. And then Johannes Flotten, at the end of the race there, was actually junior world champion before he made his way to the U.S. to collegiately ski. So very, very talented heat here with a lot of World Cup starters and some great athletes.
Yeah, that's right. Many of these European skiers who are on these college teams, you might recognize their names from a junior world or two. I think there have definitely been many junior world champions who have come over to ski in the U.S. and do college and get that experience. They're off to their races. Let's see what the tactics play out in this race. Elijah Wiening throwing in a couple of V1s there. That's a Clabo tactic. Not many people have done that so far. Looks like Johannes Flotten maybe in the front with Thomas O'Hara back there and Michael Earnhardt in second. Elijah Wiening trying to come around the outside. Let's see what happens. Graham Houtsma in a good place, but seems like they're maybe going to try and contest for the lead a little closer than some of these other heats.
Yeah, looks like JoJo is potentially trying to keep the race a little on the slow side today. JoJo being Johannes Flotten, with that huge acceleration to get out in front today. Maybe with that 29th place qualifier, he's feeling like he wants the heat to be a little slower, and he has a lot of faith in his finishing speed. But we also have Thomas O'Hara making his way around the outside, followed by number 12, I believe, Graham Hustma, now making his way to the front and seeing if he can hold that place to the finish. It looks like he might be trying to put a little bit of a move in and get some daylight between him and the skiers behind.
Yeah, absolutely. I know Graham, having trained with him and watched him race a lot. I know he's one who likes to ski from the front and have that space to breathe, and I think maybe he's trying to do that here. I know, so you, Kai, grew up in Anchorage with Thomas you grew up training with Thomas and Michael. What do you think they're thinking going into this last corner here?
I think Michael is a sprinter who can win a sprint in a lot of different ways, but I think he's got a lot of faith in his sprint finish right now, and so I wouldn't be surprised if he left it towards the end and put some trust in his ability to outsprint some of these guys. Thomas, however, is most of the time, while he doesn't have a bad sprint finish, he definitely likes to make races hard and try and get a little bit of lactic acid in people's legs before he sprints to the finish. But he's in the past made his way into 6th place in the U.S. Nationals in Houghton and had some other really good sprint results. So we'll see how this shapes up as they come into the finish.
Yeah, it looks like they're all full gas now. Seems to be Michael Earnhardt maybe making a move towards the front. Like you said, keeping it till the end, really pushing hard now. Let's see if he can stay out in the front. Elijah Wiening coming up close right behind him, and then Graham Houtsma. Thomas O'Hara also looking great. Johannes Flotten right there as well. Yeah, look at that cornering technique, really pushing really hard off both skis around the corner. Yep, Michael Earnhardt taking a little bit of a gap there with Elijah Wiening in second. Outstanding finish from both of them. The groomers and Crosscut has really done a great job at this race so far. The grooming has been great and such a wide course, really a lot of passing opportunity and firm snow, and we just like to thank all the volunteers and groomers and everyone who's been involved making this race really a great showing.
Yeah, we will be moving on to quarterfinal number 4, I believe, here. And it didn't look like there's anyone too close in that heat, so we'll see if third place will end up fighting for a lucky loser spot or not. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Moving on to quarterfinal number 5 for the men here, with Emil Juntun from, I believe, a new student for Colorado University out of Finland. Adam Witkowski, a familiar name for many U.S. ski fans, out of Stratton. Ari Endestad out of APU. Joseph Lynch from Craftsbury, and Lucas Wilmot of University of Utah as well, followed by Wilson Moore of BSF Pro. Noel, I know you have trained a little bit with Wilson. Do you have any insight for us on him?
Yeah, Wilson's a great skier, super passionate about the sport. He one thing I will say, kind of fun tidbit, is he's spent a lot of time looking into drink mix, kind of a physics guy, kind of a chemistry guy. He's been trying to make his own bicarb, Morton bicarb bowl. He's been spending a lot of time trying to figure out the best combination of bicarb to carb mix. And I think, let's see if that pays off for him here. There's a lot of research behind sodium bicarb buffering lactic acid, and I think, maybe he can put that to work here.
Yeah, if he's sorted out that lactic acid buffer, that could play a huge role in the finish today.
Our live results, our current 2 lucky losers right now are Phineas Fisher Black and John Schwinghammer. So those are both number 3 finishers from quarterfinal heat number 1 and number 3. These men are lining up, getting ready to go. I would expect maybe Adam Witkowski to be closer to the front. I think he's probably maybe my favorite for this race. Maybe the CU skier that may be a little bit of an unknown for me as he's new on the circuit.
Yeah, I don't know much of anything about the CU skier there, but it'll be exciting to see him start to make his rounds on the RIMSA circuit in the American races here.
I'm sure he's trying to live up to the legacy that many of the CU skiers have left, like Petter Reistad and some of the other great Runa Olegar and many of those other great NCAA skiers who really lived the college life and also skied to the fastest they can ski. Another one that comes to mind, Maud Strom, great CU skier. Definitely a lot of feuding and fighting between many of the other college skiers.
Yeah, totally. It looks like Adam Witkowski is taking this one up the hill, and this pace does not look as hot as some of the earlier ones, particularly the one that Johnny strong-armed from the start to the finish there at the start of the day. So we are unlikely to get lucky losers out of this heat, but unless they pick things up on the back half, this will likely be a 2-man qualifier. It looks like Ari Endestad sitting there in 3rd or 4th, and as they come through the dark part of the course here, it looks like they're still all together, which tends to indicate that the pace is not super high yet, and so they may have something in the legs for that sprint finish when it comes around.
Yeah, I would definitely expect fireworks from these guys coming into the finish. I think, it looks like Joseph Lynch in the back there. Maybe he's been saving something, getting ready for a sprint finish. It is a wide course, and there's a lot of passing opportunity, but I don't know if you really want to leave it all the way till 6th, all the way at the end. There's that last final corner. I don't know if we've seen too many people move from 6th to 1st, but I think 3rd or 4th right here would be probably where I would want to be. And then, or maybe even 2nd, and then I think the strategy would be to go probably as hard as you can from here to the finish.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. We saw that worked well for Julian Locke a couple heats ago, and then Michael even kind of started his move right about here and got a lot of clear daylight here. It looks like the boys are starting to ramp things up a little bit. I think that Ari Endestad could be a sneaky finisher here. I know he's got a pretty fast sprint when he's on, but Adam Witkowski leading it out, followed by, it looks like Joseph there, and the Finn taking it up in 2nd. Ari tried to come on the outside. Looks like he got a little bit impeded there, so we'll see if the APU guys have anything to say about that. But it looks like it'll be almost a crash there in the finish. That lactic acid. Ari might not have been on the bicarb there, and had a little bit of a almost fall over into some of the other guys. But it looked like it was Adam Witkowski and Juntine from CU.
Yeah, absolutely. I know that feeling. You come across the finish line, and all of a sudden you can't stand up anymore. Just make sure you don't want to hit anybody, take out the cameraman or any of your other teammates or racers. Now we're gonna have the women's quarterfinals are starting here. They're gonna take off here at 11:30 is gonna be our first women's heat. So we got about 7 minutes until that, and we'll keep you updated on these men's results, who's going to be in this semifinal. So far, it appears it's going to be John Steele Hagenbuch, Trey Jones, Phineas Fisher, Zachary Jane, Anders Weiss, Logan Diekman, Julian Locke, John Schwinghammer, Michael Earnhardt, Elijah Wiening, Emil Yontun, and Adam Witowski.
I'm going to throw to you guys. You want to look up that down here?
And you can see us in the booth here. Yeah, you know, so for this this semifinal, a lot of these men, they're going to be separated into a first and second semifinal. I think it pays a little bit in these races to be in the first semifinal because you get a little more rest before the final. What do you think?
Yeah, I think there's been some actual research done on this at the World Cup level, and winners of these sprint heats do often come from the first couple of heats, and a lot of times if you're in the fifth and sixth heats, that lactic acid and that buildup you took to get into the final is still sticking around and can make things a little bit harder for you. But obviously the gaps can get a little bit bigger here at a national level than they are in the World Cup. So we'll see if that plays as big of a role as it does inside the World Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. Without the TV time and the stacking of schedules. The other thing to keep in mind, though, is we are at elevation where most World Cup races are not. They're typically sea level, so it takes a little bit longer to clear that lactic acid, takes a little bit longer to recover, get ready for that next heat. However, there are pretty big gaps. Sometimes really good, just pure sprinters can have very good results from that second semifinal, from that fifth quarterfinal. But also often these high elevation sprint races, sometimes can have some results that you wouldn't anticipate.
Yeah, another interesting thing on that note of what sprint heat you're put in is on the World Cup, the athletes get to choose their sprint heat. And here on the Super Tour, with the possible exception of once or twice a year, your sprint heat is decided by your qualifying position. So those athletes don't have a lot of say in what heat they get to start. So they don't actually get a choice if they're in the fifth heat or the first heat. So there's not a lot of strategy there, but it can be an impact in race results.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of luck of the draw there based on where you qualify. We're going to take a little break, and then we'll come back with the first women's quarterfinal number 1 at 11:30. We are getting ready for this first quarterfinal women's heat. Great view of Bridger Bowl there. They got a bunch of snow in the last 24 hours, and certainly it was busy on the way up this morning. Lots of people going up to ski on this Saturday afternoon. Great, amazing sunny day. This first heat consists of Erica Lavin, great Utah skier, winner of yesterday's 20K and winner of this morning's qualifier by 10 seconds. Mia Case, Renee Anderson, Delaney Jackson, Tuva Granowen, Nika Nicholas.
Fun fact about Tuva is she is wax teching and coaching for UAA this week, but putting on the bib for the non-RIMSA qualifier races and hopping into some sprints. I know she hopped in a Besh Cup, which is an Alaska Jan qualifier race earlier this year, and mixed it up with some juniors. So we'll see what she has in the tank for us today. But overall, this is a very talented heat with Erica Lavin there. Obviously had an outstanding U.S. Nationals and a junior phenom from Sweden. We've got Renee Anderson as well, who has been excellent in the past and this year as well, but been doing a little better in the distance races these days, but of course still has that sprint talent in her, and they're off. We'll see how these ladies take out the tactics today. A lot of times the women's race tactics are a little bit different than the men's, with a lot more honest racing, so to speak, with all-out racing from the start more frequently than there is in a lot of the men's races.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like not an insane pace so far. Looks like maybe they're gonna take it out a little slower, maybe save a little bit of energy for that last hard pitch. I think if I was a betting man, I think I'd have a pretty solid bet on Erica Lavin for this first heat. I think Renee Anderson definitely one to watch as well. It is, yeah. Let's see here. Definitely too wide. Definitely contesting for that first spot up to the top here.
I think also that Tuva in the UAA suit there and Delaney Jackson are ones to watch, especially if this thing sticks together into the finish. I know Delaney has a pretty killer final sprint, and Tuva told me earlier today she hasn't trained any intervals since she's been in Anchorage, so she should be very well rested and ready to pop off at the end of this sprint here.
Yeah, outstanding for her to qualify after coaching and no intervals. You wouldn't. I'm sure she's probably about the only one in this top 30 that hasn't done intervals since a couple months.
Yeah, this I believe last spring she also broke her ankle, so it's been a horrible training year for her, but she's still mixing it up at a Super Tour level. It looks like, however, Erica Lavin and Renee Anderson are still sitting there up in 1 and 2, followed by Mia Case and Nesia Nichols from Bridger Ski Foundation up there, still fighting it out. It looks like Erica Lavin is putting the paces down on these gals here. She may have some daylight, but it looks like maybe Renee is able to stick with her for now. So those two might give us a little sprint finish here. With Mia Case just out of touch, we'll see if she's able to reconnect and join this sprint finish.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely smart racing from Erica Lavin, not spending too much energy here in the early stages, but really controlling and then making a move when she needed to. Absolutely, textbook racing from her. And when you're the fastest, there's a lot of different ways to win, and clearly she's putting on a show here for everybody else. It'll definitely be interesting to see how these women's heats play out going forward. I think there's some strong contenders, and maybe Erica Lavin standing up a little bit here, realizing she has some daylight and doesn't need to push all the way into the finish. But Mia Case coming in strong, so maybe she doesn't want to stand up too much or else she's going to get passed. That has happened in years past. People looked the wrong way. I think Klæbo did that at Ruka one year, and Bolshinov beat him. So you don't want to make that mistake.
Yeah, on that same note, it looks like it's going to be Erica Lavin taking this one with Renee Anderson qualifying easily, and Mia Case potentially fighting for one of those lucky loser positions. And there's Delaney Jackson's finishing speed, getting her all the way up from 6th in the 4th. We'll see if those two times are fast enough to be lucky losers today.
Throwing your drum.
We're moving on to quarterfinal number 2 for the ladies here. in this one, we've got some talented athletes coming through. We've got Leah Wienis from University of Denver, Nina Schamberger from University of Utah, Rosie Whittington Evans of Montana State, Isabel Waters of Bridger Ski Foundation, Elena Grissom of Colorado University, and Sophie Spalding of Colorado University. It seems like the Colorado University has been particularly good, along with the University of Utah, in the sprints in recent years. And so seeing them mix it up as usual, perhaps, is particularly impressive, especially out here after coming up from Anchorage and being at low elevation.
Yeah, definitely. Elevation always playing a factor in these races. I think both those teams have very strong teams, very strong programs. I think those coaches both, providing very good training plans, and obviously a lot of these athletes that go there often improve dramatically. Let's see how this race plays out. I would think Nina Schamberger maybe will try and, maybe someone pushed a toe across the line and got a little jittery. They're going to bring him back and have him reset, make sure no one wants to false start and get that yellow card. I would expect Nina Schamberger to maybe make this a hard race, take it out in the front. Who do you think you have your money on for this heat?
Yeah, from what I've seen in the past, I think that Nina Schamberger will likely try and make it a strong heat, but I'm not sure who I would put my money on in this heat. I'm not as familiar with who's got the kick and how these ladies like to race, as I have not gotten the chance to race against them. But I think that Rosie Whittington-Evans finishing in 14th could be a good one to keep an eye on, as she has definitely been improving in her sprint speed and been really, really quite strong this year, even in skate sprints. And then we have Nina Schamberger there taking it out from the start, making this pace hot. It looks like this is going to be a faster heat than the previous one, just based on the speed that they're coming up this first hill. So we'll see if they keep the hammer down throughout the race. This could play into their ability to sprint finish as well, because when you build up some lactate this early on in the race, that can mute a little bit of those super fast twitch racers. Like a lot of times, if you watch on the World Cup, sometimes the more distance oriented racers will try and make a really fast heat, one, to get those lucky loser positions, and it can take out some of the pop of really fast twitch athletes' legs and take them out of the sprint finish a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely true. You can be the fastest person in the world for the first 10 meters, but if you can't make it to the end with enough energy to do that, then it doesn't really matter all that much. You got to have the fitness to get to the end. That last heat, the quarterfinal heat number 1 there, the winning time was 3:10, and crash there. That who seems to be the DU skier. Hopefully she's okay, and hopefully maybe she can catch back up, but unfortunately a crash like that this stage in the game, there's not really much you can do to catch back up. It seems like maybe her day is over.
Yeah, crashing on a downhill is probably the worst place you can do it, because you lose all that speed and momentum that all the other athletes were able to carry through into this uphill, and so you're having to essentially start from zero. We'll see if she tries to fight back in, or if she just skis it in and tries to pick her battle tomorrow in the individual start 10K. But we've got the ladies coming through now. It still looks like Nina Schamberger is leading it out, followed by Rosie Whittington-Evans in third, and who's in second? I can't quite see who's in second there, but we've got the two CU skiers, Sophie Spalding and Elena Grisholm, making up the rear here. It looks like we're going to get quite a sprint finish today out of these ladies. My apologies, that was Nina Schamberger in second, and out of Isabel Waters from BSF right now, who is in first coming through there. It looks like Rosie Whittington-Evans, Nina Schamberger, and Isabel Waters are going to be fighting it out for our qualifier positions, with what looks like Elena Grisholm bringing in fourth and also being in there for the fight. But it looks like Nina Schamberger and Isabel Waters' gamble to take it out hot is paying off for them right now, and we'll see if it pays off for Rosie Whittington-Evans as well.
Yeah, great heat there. It was the DU skier, Leah Wienis, that crashed. Fortunately, tough day for her, qualifying fourth and then crashing in your quarterfinal. That's Yeah, never what you want to happen. Looks like she did fight back quite a bit there and came in almost with the main pack, which is unbelievably outstanding, and definitely shows that maybe she could have been a strong contender for the win today if she hadn't crashed.
Yeah, always honorable to fight your way to the finish, even when things don't go quite your way. Shows good fortitude of spirit here. And I believe we are moving on to women's quarterfinal heat number 3 with Erin Bianco, Astrid Lund, Maya Moland, Selma Neven of U of U, Neve Gerard, also of U of U, and Carly Ram.
You know, I was talking with the University of Utah coach Frederick Landstad earlier, and he was commenting on how young his women's team is and how they all have, you know, great lengths that they can still improve and get better, and they're really young on the scene. So it'll be interesting to watch how that team progresses in the coming years. You know, they had a really strong winning streak at NCAAs for a couple of years, and then last year a little unfortunate. And yeah, so let's see, we can watch them in the future. Seems like we're missing maybe 2 athletes in this heat. Maybe they're just running a little late, or maybe they seems that way. So it'll just be 4 in this heat. So pretty good odds for each skier to make it through all the way to the semifinals. Definitely, maybe 4 people will impact how this race goes down. But it looks like Erin Bianco really wants to make this her race, and she's taking the lead early.
It looks like at least Annabelle Needham did not start, and I was not able to catch who the other athlete was before we got going here. But looks like Erin Bianco is trying to take it out hard here, keep the pace hot. We'll see if she continues to try and lead from the front here and win this race from that position. I know she's fighting for that COC overall leader, but this could be big for her, having 4 people in her heat and not having to exert quite as much energy in order to get a qualifying spot here and secure some of those valuable COC leader points.
Yeah, absolutely. She's definitely one to watch going forward. I think she's had a remarkable career trajectory skiing for Colby College, then her first year on Team Berkey over in Minneapolis, had pretty standout results there, then came to the Bridger Ski Foundation Pro Team and has, you know, really made another step up to have some really good World Cup results last year. I think it is one of those University of Utah skiers who did not start. We'll have to check in later and figure out what they were thinking and why they didn't start. Maybe just trying to save some energy for tomorrow, get the FIS points, get that qualification, but then not have to race and not really worry about spending all the rest of the energy for the heats.
I could be mistaken here, but it looks like it might be Neve Gerard, number 25. Hard to tell when you're this far away from the athletes who is skipping out, but it looks like those three ladies up front have a bit of daylight on Carly Ram in the back there. So we'll see if she can manage to reconnect with these ladies, but for now it looks like Erin Bianco's hot pace from the start is reaching things around, and then University of Utah skier is making a push for it around the outside. I believe that's Selma Neven taking to the front right now and making this race a little bit hot into the finish. I wonder if she watched some of the men's races and saw Julian Locke take that similar strategy of making it hot from the start and wants to do the same thing for herself.
Yeah, absolutely. Erica Lavin kind of did the same thing, but it looks like Erin Bianco, incredible tactician there, let Selma go to the front, then drafted for a second, then skied right by her again. That's really shows that she's got her head on straight and can make, you know, critical decisions while she's exerting herself to the maximum of capacity. Great race from the CU skier there. Astrid Lund, it seems like they'll be the top 2 and make it on to the semifinal. Let's keep an eye on the time to see if a lucky loser comes from this heat, but I would expect that it will be from the other heats.
Yeah, clearly Erin Bianco and Astrid Lund qualifying here with Selma Neven hoping for a lucky loser spot going all the way to the finish, and the skier finishing in right here now from BC, fighting all the way to the finish as well. Great race from all these ladies, and we'll be moving on to semifinal heat number 4.
Throw the drum.
I think this next heat has Eve Udine Duchenfort. I believe she's from France and was a World Cup skier for them before she came here to the University of Denver to start her NCAA career, followed by Tilda Bongman, another Swedish phenom, who was the Rimsa skate and classic MVP last year, so the best classic and skate skier on the circuit last year, for Colorado University this year. Annabelle Needham with Alaska Pacific University. Annabelle Needham is a great heat skier, so this is likely a good position for her. She's got a really strong finish and maybe one to mix it up there today. And Anna Stewart, I believe from Canada, for skiing for University of Denver. Ruby Sturuvia from British Columbia, and Amanda Kautzer of Crosscut Mountain Sports Center. So a lot of big names in this heat, and we'll see how these ladies choose to mix it up and get to the finish fastest. The ladies are underway here with I think that's Anna Stewart Jones from Canada taking out the lead, or actually that might be there's only 5 ladies in this heat, and I think that was one of our top starters, so I'm gonna guess that is our French lady taking out the lead and potentially making things hot here with Tilda Bongman right on her tail, and Annabelle Needham taking up 4th place. And it looks like this could be a fast heat with the speed that the DU gal is taking things out in. But so far the ladies are doing a good job of marking her, taking their draft while they can. Annabelle Needham with an interesting tactic of hanging out to the side there, but now tucking in, hopefully saving some energy for the sprint finish that's coming up here. As they come through, this is the top of the first little climb here. If you can get through this section quickly, you can sometimes burn some lactic acid into your opponent's legs and make it so that their sprint finishes are a little bit negated before you get down into the finish here.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen that in these heats so far. Definitely consisting of different tactics. Some people waiting till the end, some people going hard out of the start. Looks like this one, yeah, like you said, great racing so far.
And that was Ruby and Amanda. Ruby out of BC and Amanda for Crosscut Sports, whose names I was spacing on there. And Eve Duchenfort from France and University of Denver. But it looks like one athlete is falling off the back here. That might be Annabelle Needham, but she's fighting back strong and may still be able to get in contact here and be a force in the sprint finish. But it looks like Eve is still pushing the pace with Tilda Bongman straight on her tail, marking her. Same with Amanda and Ruby, really trying to put themselves in a position to fight for these quarterfinal or for these semifinal heat spots.
Yeah, absolutely. If we look back at the times so far, the fastest time of the day for the women's heat has been 3:10. That was Erica Lavin in the first heat. Our current lucky losers are Mia Case with a 3:12.14 and Selma Neven with a 3:14.07. So I'm sure these skiers have kept that in mind. They know, okay, I just got to beat 3:14.07. And it looks like, you want to keep that 3rd and 4th. If you're in 3rd and 4th, you really want to keep skiing, ski as hard as you can, because there's a pretty good chance that you can beat that time and you can make it into the semifinal.
Looks like Ruby from BC here is making herself known in this sprint finish. We'll see if Tilda Bongman has anything for her. And it looks like Eve may comfortably qualify here. It looks like Tilda is putting the sprint finish down and will take this one over Ruby. But great finish from all those ladies and a likely candidate for some lucky loser positions.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see definitely it takes everything out of you to do these races, and just think they have to do it. If you qualify, you got to do it twice more. Imagine that. You go and run, ski, bike as hard as you can for 2.5 minutes. Take about 15, 20 minutes of break and then go do it again. You can go do that on the weekend and see how it feels, but it definitely doesn't feel very good.
Yeah, that's part of the reason that spending as little energy as you can in these heats can be so important, because as I'm sure some of you have, running an all-out 800 meters or 1500 meters does not feel very good for the next 20 minutes or so. And so if you can conserve some energy and cruise through one of these heats, it can be a really big difference in the long run in terms of how you fare in the semifinals and finals.
And now we move on to our quarterfinal number 5 for the women. This is the last quarterfinal of the day. We have Anna Price, Emma Albrick, Caroline Coletta from CU, Greta Schultz from the American Birkebeiner Ski Foundation. Great to see a Berkey skier out here today. Caroline Mina from Plain Valley Nordic team, and Hannah Abrahamson from the Colorado University. Hannah Abrahamson, another great skier. We saw her last year on the RMISA circuit, had a great season, really, all around great skier. Emma Albrecht as well, another one to watch. She's one of those skiers who's really in the fight for the COC leader spot. She's headed over to Europe actually to go race World Cup here next weekend, and I'm sure she's trying to use this as a good way to, flush out the legs, get ready for those hard races. Okay, they're off. Let's see who tries to take the lead and who sits in the back.
I think that we could see Anna Price here sit back and try and win things in the end. I know she's a really strong tactical skier and has been on SuperTour and Canadian podiums for a lot of her life, and I wouldn't be surprised if Emma Albrecht pushed the pace a little bit just as a way to try and get some of those lucky loser positions. And when you're fighting for those COC leader points, it can be good to stay out of people's way and not get tied up in crashes that can happen in the back of the pack when you're fighting for those little positions. So that's another benefit sometimes of being in the front. Take a little more wind, but you are in a safer position as far as the race goes. And when you're one of those top qualifiers, sometimes that's not a big tax on your aerobic capacity, and you know that you can handle that and still race well in the semis and finals.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we saw a little bit of a tangle up there between Anna Price and that other skier, and that's exactly what we're talking about. You gotta, if you're really in it for like the whole season, you really got to think about that, keep the big picture in mind, and maybe if you have to use a little bit of extra energy to make sure you don't crash, make sure, okay, maybe if I'm a little more tired in the semifinal, a little more tired in the final, at least I got here, and I got more points than if I got tied up and crashed in the quarterfinal. Then you lose a lot of points, because that COC competition is for the entire season. It's every single Super Tour, so those points really add up, and it's really important to keep that in mind.
Yeah, I think we saw that a lot with Jessie Diggins last season when she was fighting for that World Cup overall. And on most sprints, she would take things out really hot, guarantee she made the semifinal. And, a lot of times, big crash here. Looks like that was that Emma Albrecht? Big crash for Emma Albrecht if that was her. It looked like it was one of the top two ladies. But it looks like Anna Price right now is maybe pushing it up the hill. I think that may have been Emma Albrecht. Big and unfortunate crash there for her, with Anna Price right now making a move, trying to get some daylight between her and those other ladies to try and make it a two-woman sprint here at the end. But I think that was Emma Albrecht who went down there, unfortunately, and I think that will likely be the end of her day. We've seen 2 crashes now in that spot today. I wonder if there's some ice or some uneven snow that's taking people out in that area.
Yeah, absolutely. When you're really on the limit, sometimes just the smallest bit of uneven snow or something that you don't see, a little bit of powder, you catch your edge, and you go down just like that. Definitely not what we want to see from Emma Albrecht. Big bummer. Exactly what we were talking about. Like now she's not going to get those points on the day towards the COC. So big unfortunate circumstances for her. But here's Anna Price and Caroline Coletta, great CU skier there. They are definitely going to be the top 2 qualifiers. Keep in mind the lucky losers. Let's see what these times end up being, and maybe we'll get some lucky losers out of this heat.
Fortunately for Emma, she is headed over to the World Cup, as we mentioned earlier, but that's a big bummer for those COC leader points as well. But
yeah, absolutely. Those it's important to take every opportunity. She's gonna have that World Cup chance here. Yeah, there she is skiing it into the finish. Definitely unfortunate for her, but yeah, World Cup opportunity soon. I'm sure she's really excited for that. I believe it is maybe her second World Cup after the World Cup in Minneapolis last year. Amazing showing that was. I think she's very excited. Always feels a little different to go to Europe and race versus a race in the U.S., but I think she's been excited, has had a great season so far. I think her and her teammate Erin Bianco are both going over to Italy, so maybe they'll take a little bit of the edge off with your teammate, not have to worry so much about new people, new situations when you're with someone you know.
Yeah, you can see Anna Price there wishing Emma well after her crash. They were teammates last year, and for the 3 years before that at Montana State University. Emma Albrecht, a Montana State University alum who stuck around to ski with the BSF Pro team here. But last year she had some really strong results at the Canmore World Cups, I believe, where she got some top 40 finishes, maybe 35th, 36th, somewhere in there. And so some really strong racing from her last year, especially on that highest stage. And she's taken an even bigger step up this year, racing really strong and really well with the BSF Pro.
Yeah, so we're about now 15 minutes away from the start of the men's semifinal heat number 1. That's going to be John Steele, Hagenbuch, Zachary Jane, Logan Diekman, Trey Jones, Anders Weiss, and John Schwinghammer. But we'll take a little break. But before then, if I was one of these skiers, I think, what would I be doing in between these heats? You know, like you have 15, 20 minutes. How do you maximize that recovery? Do you eat something? What do you do in between?
You know, you got to have a snack, got to drink some water, move around, keep the legs loose. But when I was junior national champion in Truckee, we went to the train tunnels and looked around in there instead. So whatever you got to do to keep your mind right and your body happy.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't. Yeah, you definitely can't short out the mind. The mind's a big part of the race, and you know if going to the train tunnels is what it takes to be junior national champion, then you know maybe some of these racers should go do that. I know you know some of these racers are definitely going to be slamming you know Morton, a lot of carb mixes. Definitely something that's very interesting these days, and definitely something to watch.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. We'll see you in a few minutes. if you pay really close attention up here, you might be able to see some people making some pow turns, causing that traffic on the way up to Crosscut today, and having some fun out there while we're having some fun down here. So maybe if you're feeling motivated, you could get out and hike some ridge laps at Bridger up there.
We are back, getting ready for this semifinal for the men's semifinal number 1. After admiring those great turns there, which and maybe watching for some skiers, we're gonna get ready to watch this semifinal number 1. That is Johnny Hagenbuch on the right, Zachary Jane number 4, Logan Diekman. Amazing for Logan Diekman to be in the semifinal after kind of taking a year of retirement and a full-time job. Number 10, kind of right behind that volunteer, is Trey Jones, and number 14, Honor Weiss, and then number 15, we have John Schwinghammer from the Craftsbury Ski Club. Do you think what lane you pick makes a pretty big difference in this race so far, Kai?
Honestly, no. It seems like you can be in a good position from just about anywhere, and it seems like this heat, especially for skate, leads to a lot of opportunities to win and a lot of opportunities to find your way to the front. It will be interesting to see whether Johnny chooses to take the same tactic now that he's into the semifinals, or whether he's going to be a little bit more of a reactive racer this time. I know we've seen both kinds of racing from him, and so it'll be cool to see what he does this time around.
Yeah, always an interesting choice to be a proactive or a reactive racer. Definitely will be interesting to see what happens for him. I assume maybe Logan Diekman took it out hot from on the last quarterfinal, so maybe he'll try and do that again. Zachary Jane had a great quarterfinal. And we are just about 1 minute from the start now. I'm sure these men are very nervous, getting ready. Had probably spent the last 20 so minutes skiing around, trying to get some food, get some water, maybe scrolling a little bit of TikTok, trying to take the nerve off. But now let's see if that recovery is paid off, if they've burned too many matches in the quarterfinals, and who's going to go.
Yeah, well, I can't remember if TikTok is banned or not banned these days, but it looks like John Steele is potentially choosing a different tactic this race, with Logan Diekman pulling the same thing he did before, getting out to a hot start and keeping things a little on the slower side. Not trying to push the pace from the start. I don't think he's worried about lucky losering today. I think he wants to leave things on the later end and see if he can outsprint some of these guys. I'm sure that the year off competitive training anyway has left his long range fitness a little on the less side than some of these other boys. So it'll be cool to see what he does today.
Trey Jones down in sixth, but definitely not out of it yet. He showed the last heat that he can still win from here and still be competitive. So he's definitely one to watch, and definitely not too much contesting happening right now. Everyone seems to be pretty satisfied with letting Logan stay in the front. Well, let's see if they feel that way in a couple of corners.
Yeah, definitely also cool to see the duality of man, perhaps, with Johnny taking a little bit of a break here and letting the race come to him. I think that's what he did when he was on the podium there at World Juniors last year, and it's cool to see him doing the same thing again today. It looks like Anders Weiss has made his way to the back, but as we saw in previous heats, not a bad place to be, especially right now. It seems like this next hill can be a deciding factor, and then that gradual sprint into the finish is a pretty big tax on the body. It's a little bit deceiving because it feels like you're right there, but you still have a long ways to go and a lot of time for some lactic to build up.
Yes, absolutely. Our drone operator doing an amazing job following these skiers. Looks like they're coming right back down around the hill. No one crashed on that little bit of technical terrain back there where we have seen crashes in the past. Looks like it's still Logan Diekman in the front, John Schwinghammer there, then John Steele Hagenbuch. Looks like Anders Weiss in the back with Trey Jones. Zachary Jane, oh, he takes down. Is that Johnny? Oh my gosh. That's going to be, I think there'll be some reviewing from the TDs from there for sure. Zachary Jane. Oh, and then it looks like maybe John Schwinghammer broke a pole. Oh, so much bumping and shattering. Looks like Zachary Jane, maybe it's going to pay off for him. He might make a win out of this, but I think maybe he might not be allowed to go through. Looks like Trey Jones is going to maybe sprint out Logan Diekman. Amazing race from him being in the back and then coming all the way back to the front. What do you think about those bumping?
Well, they say rubbing is racing, but that may have been a little bit over the line, and that'll be for the TDs to decide and not us here in the photo booth. Fortunately, we don't have to make those calls, and that job sounds a little less fun than just getting to comment on what the racers are doing today. But tough heat. You never like to see people go down and people lose equipment and have races decided that way.
Yeah, absolutely not. It is part of the sport, unfortunately. A lot of the equipment is fairly fragile, so if you get bumped or get kicked, some things can break, and yeah, definitely super unfortunate. It'll be interesting to see how that shakes down. We're moving on to semifinal heat number 1. This is Michael Earnhardt, Emil Yontoon, the new Colorado University skier trying to live up to the CU Buffs lifestyle, Adam Witowski, Elijah Wiening, Julian Locke, and Phineas Fisher.
Yeah, it looks like Julian Locke and Phineas Fisher, some lower bibs making it into the semis, making big jumps in their qualifier to finish positions. We will see. I think Phineas Fisher had a really strong finish last time, coming from about fourth to be in the qualifying positions in that hot heat that Johnny took out. So we'll see if these guys, seeing that they went a little slower that time, take it out hot and try and get some of those lucky loser positions. And it'll be really interesting to see whether Michael Earnhardt sticks with his strategy of taking it a little bit chiller at the first little bit and going for that sprint finish.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see as well how Adam Witowski decides to race this heat. We saw Johnny kind of pick a different tactic last time. Let's see if Adam Witowski can keep his head on straight and pick a different tactic as well. Or maybe he'll go from the front and break the whole field, and that'll be great to watch as well.
For right now, it looks like Zachary Jane has not received any delegation, but our live feed could be a little bit delayed, and so we will keep you updated on that information when we get it.
Any comments regarding that crash on the...
And they're off. Let's see who's going to take the lead early. Oh, Elijah Weening throwing in those V1s again. Such a classy move from him, really getting up to speed even faster than everybody else. Looks like Michael is now in the front. Let's see if he really tries to push the pace. Such a talented skier, Michael. I think he can really win from a lot of different angles. He's been putting in great training for the past 3-4 years, really making steps up in his training and steps up in his racing. He's just been on a great trajectory.
Yeah, I know Michael really likes and believes in trying to be an all-around skier, so I think that allows him to have a lot of versatility in these races. But it looks like he is kind of trying to keep things a little bit on the chill side, and Julian Locke perhaps sensing that this is a really talented group of skiers and he wants things. Oh, we have a little bit of a tangle between Phineas Fisher and Elijah Weening there, so hopefully they get that sorted out. Didn't look like anything malicious. But Julian Locke upping the pace, maybe trying to make things a little faster so that he does have a chance of lucky loser heats if he's outsprinted by any of those other athletes. And it seems like they're all still managing to stay in contact, so the pace isn't outrageous, no excessive accelerations or anything like that, but they are sticking together, and pace definitely picked up a little bit there.
You can definitely tell the nerves are now higher in these semifinal heats. Each time you move forward, everything gets a little more serious, a little more, money's on the line for the next in the final. So you can tell everyone, oh, there you go, trying to make a little room there, Elijah Weening. Or was that Adam Witowski? Either way, just everyone really trying to fight for those little spots every inch, and that results in these tangles and these crashes. And it's definitely part of racing. Like we said, rubbing is racing, but it's definitely unfortunate when it causes someone to fall.
Yeah, that was a dangerous move there by the skier who went on the inside, maybe Elijah Weening there, especially on a day like today where we had some fresh snow than the day before. You can get your tip caught in the side of the snow there and go down. So that was a risky move. We'll see if it pays off for him. And it looks like a CU skier bringing it up off the front, Emil Yuntine. Oh no, Elijah goes down, trips over himself. I haven't seen that one skating before, but that's a tough way to go into the finish there. We got a 5-man race with Michael and Emil bringing it up. Julian Locke in there as well. We'll see. It looks like his legs are a little bit flooded right now. We'll see if he has a lot for the sprint and if he can come in and snag one of those lucky loser spots or even one of the automatic qualifier spots. Seems like it's between him and Michael seems confident that he's going to get it. So hopefully Julian Locke's early efforts will lead to a lucky loser position for him.
Yes, it looks like that heat was a little faster than the first heat. Looks like their time was 2:43 of Emil Yuntine, and Zachary Jane's time from the last heat was 2:45. So we would expect both lucky losers to come from semifinal heat number 2. Always a little bit of a advantage, maybe disadvantage coming from semifinal heat number 2. You can look at the first heat and decide, okay, did they go fast? Did they go slow? How fast do we need to go to get the lucky loser to come from our heat? But you have to balance that with, okay, I have a little bit less recovery than the first heat. If I go as hard as I can and try and get that lucky loser spot, what's that going to mean for me in the final?
Yeah, definitely a tight line to walk, a balance to walk, but it for now has paid off for Julian Locke to bring that race in hot, as well as benefiting Adam Witakowski here, in getting them both of the automatic qualifier positions. And as of what we can see now, Zachary Jane is still in, as well as Trey Jones. So a little bit of rubbing his racing today. And then from here, I think we'll be moving on to the women's semis with Erica Lavin, Erin Bianco out of University and BSF Pro, respectively. Nina Schamberger, also out of the University of Utah. Renee Anderson for Alaska Pacific University. Isabel Waters and Amanda Kautzer from Crosscut Mountain Sport Center and BSF Pro. Isabel Waters from BSF's Bridger Ski Foundation, not BSF Pro. I believe she is a junior athlete, so very impressive to be making it up or mixing it up here with the professionals in the senior heats.
Yes, absolutely. Very good performance from her thus far, and we'll be watching to see if she can take it even further. That heat will start at 12:30, and we will take a little bit of a break before then, and we'll be back with you right before that heat starts.
it looks like Zach Jane has in fact been disqualified, and Anders Weiss from PSF Pro will take his place. I believe this is Anders' first time in a Super Tour final, so good racing from him today.
We are just about to the start of the semifinal heat number 1 for the women. This heat consists of Erica Lavin, Erin Bianco, Nina Schamberger, Renee Anderson, Isabel Waters, and Amanda Krautzer of the Crosscut Mountain Sports. Amanda Krautzer of the Crosscut Mountain Sports, her home venue, so I'm sure she has a little bit of an advantage having skied this course very often, knowing exactly where she needs to push, where she can hold back, and how the best places to pass people. And bib number 29, so obviously putting that knowledge to work in the heats after having one of the slower qualifying times, but still being able to make it all the way to the semifinals. And they're about to start. Who would you have on? Oh, a false start, unfortunately. Let's see. The jury will hand out a yellow card for that, and they will be called back to start again. If anyone false starts for a second time in this heat, they will be immediately disqualified.
Yeah, we're a little nicer than track is on that department. One false start and you're out for the day for them. But it looks like I didn't actually catch who that was. Was it Erica Lavin there in the who false start, or that's when bib number 007, was that Nina Schamberger maybe who went early? I missed it, but I don't know if anyone else saw.
It looked like the jury member had just talked to Isabel Waters, so potentially it could have been her, but it's hard for us to tell here in the announcer's booth. They will be called back, start again. This second time around is always a little hard to get your start off because, you false started, you don't want to false start again. So maybe expect a little slower start here. Now, who would you expect? This is some of the top skiers. This is could even be the final in this case, in this heat. So who would you expect maybe to want to lead? Erica Lavin, Erin Bianco, Renee Anderson, all great skiers.
We saw Erica Lavin and Erin Bianco take it out in their earlier heats, and it looks like they are doing so today, but it also looks like they're taking the pace back a little bit. I wonder if from their earlier races they're pretty confident in their sprint finish and they just want to take things a little bit slow, get some rest. If they think they're going on to the final, I wonder if they don't want to rest up a little bit and keep those legs fresh to get the big winning money positions today. But
yeah, absolutely. This race, because it is a Super Tour race, top 6 finishers are in the prize money. So that means everyone in this heat is thinking that. They're like, okay, all I got to do is be top 3, top 2, be that lucky loser spot, and I immediately get at least $100. So that's a pretty big bonus for anyone racing today, and I'm sure a lot of them are thinking that. Interesting to see Erin Bianco still in front, Renee Anderson in third, and Erica Lavin in second. Maybe this becoming a tactical race. Not so spread out yet, but we'll see how that plays out after a couple more corners after this downhill. Hopefully everyone makes it through safe. We have seen a couple crashes so far, but we're hoping that there's no more of that in the future.
This could also be really good for Amanda Kautzer, bib number 29 from Crosscut Mountain Sports Center. I wonder if she isn't a biathlete here, as I know that that's their strong suit. But she's just relaxing in the back here. We know since she's made it this far, she's had some pretty good sprint finishes and a pretty good kick. So it could be fun to keep an eye on her as we make our way into the back here and see if she doesn't make some moves, potentially making it into the final from bib 30th or bib 29th. So that would be really cool to see. But it looks like the ladies are starting to pick things up here. I missed who's out in front, but it looks like it might be Erin Bianco up there, followed by Erica Lavin and Renee Anderson with I can't quite see who that is, but potentially Nina Schamberger following her up in fourth, and the BSF and Crosscut Mountain Sports Center athletes hanging out in the back, still maintaining contact. Very impressive from those athletes out there today.
Looks like Nina Schamberger went toe-to-toe with Renee Anderson around that corner and came out on top. Luckily, no crashes. Let's see this final uphill into the finish. I expect some fireworks here. Looks like Nina Schamberger, Erin Bianco, and Erica Lavin. Erin Bianco really matching Erica Lavin's sprint very well here. We hadn't seen that so far yet in this race. Nina Schamberger and Renee, honestly, all very close together. Now a little bit of daylight opening up between Erica Lavin and Erin Bianco. Great skiing from all of them. Look at great technique, great turning. See if all fighting for lucky loser spot here. Nina Schamberger and Renee Anderson still fighting, going strong. Looks like Erica Lavin standing up a little bit, trying to save some energy. Looks like it's Renee Anderson and Nina Schamberger.
Having a killer finish in a sprint can be a huge deal. Noel knows a thing or two about that, especially against me. Particularly at Steamboat and his home courses. So it can be a huge benefit to have a really strong sprint finish.
I do remember that. That was the 20K maybe at, what was that, regionals? I remember we were toe-to-toe whole 20K, and then I have been blessed enough to have a little bit faster of a sprint finish, so I just sat in until maybe the last 50 meters and then got you at the line. But I think here, that definitely can pay off if you can sprint hard for 20 meters and then rest for the rest of the 100 meters. This is semifinal heat number 2 for the women. Eve Odine Dufour, Anna Price, Astrid Lund, Tilda Bongman, Caroline Coletta, and Ruby Strova. Looks like it is the University of Denver skier in the front. Eve Odine Dufour. Looks like Anna Price is right behind her. Hopefully she can make things happen at her home meet.
Yeah, it looks like they might be going out slightly faster, but it's a little bit hard to tell with a slightly different angle here as they go up the hill. But Eve here took it out last time, and it looks like she is choosing to take a more tactical race this time, relaxing, coming more towards the back. Perhaps she is pretty confident in her World Cup experience, getting pretty close there with 113 and 103 Anna Price as they come up the hill. And as they keep going up and around here, they are not pushing the pace quite as hard as we've seen in some of the other races. It looks like Tilda Bongman is leading us up the hill with Eve Duchard or Duford following closely behind. And then
yeah, great racing from all. Looks like that is number 122, Ruby Starova of the BC ski team, maybe losing a little bit of contact there. Looks like it is still the CU skier Tilda Bongman in the front. Looks like we do have 3 Colorado University skiers here, so maybe they're doing a little bit of team tactics. Maybe they talked about it before. Maybe they're going to try and one person goes, the other 2 kind of like block, or I don't know. I've heard a lot about that from the FIS commentators in the past, but I still have yet to see any team tactics take place.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen team tactics take place in any sprints. I know I tried to help Thomas O'Hara out once while I was racing with APU at a Minneapolis Super Tour, but it ended up making things worse for Thomas and myself. So I think that it's not quite cycling and letting someone have a draft and then pulling off.
Yeah, absolutely. Drafting very present in some courses, other courses not so much. This course being one of those courses where drafting not very present. Looks like CU skier still in the front, Eve in second, DU skier Anna Price still making a great run for it. Let's see if she can have a great sprint and come around. Looks like that is Coletta, who's in second. Oh, maybe now in first. Great sprint from her. Looks like it's going to be the DU and CU skier fighting hard for the finish, with Anna Price maybe going to make a good bid for the finish.
Yeah, Anna Price coming up here in the middle. We'll see if she can sneak into those top 2 spots, but it looks like she will end up third. We will see if this heat was any faster, because all 4 of those ladies are really close and really tight up there. So this could, if that was a fast heat, this could be the one where you get both lucky losers, which sometimes happens when you have a particularly fast heat. And it looks, we were waiting on the time to see if they're close enough to get it, but it looks like, given that 5th place was in 3:10, this will be the lucky loser heat. And Carolina Coletta, Astrid Lund, Eve, and Anna Price will all move on.
Yeah, absolutely. The course clearly speeding up here as it warms up. Both of those times quite a bit faster than the quarterfinal 1 times, 3:09, and potentially faster than 3:10. So very, very fast skiing. These skiers getting faster as we get towards the later heats. That wraps it up for the women's semifinals, and we are looking towards the men's finals. Those are to come up shortly. The men's finals, we have Emil Jontun, Trey Jones, Michael Earnhardt, Anders Weiss, Julian Locke, and Adam Witowski. That will take place at 12:45, shortly followed by the women's final at 12:50. Currently, the standing there is Erica Lavin, Eve Odine Dufour, Anna Price, Erin Bianco, Carolina Coletta, and Astrid Lund. So 2 Colorado University skiers, 1 MSU skier, 1 University of Denver skier, 1 University of Utah skier, and 1 BSF Pro Team member.
Yeah, pretty strong final there. So we should see a lot of fireworks on both ends. And on the broadcast now, you can see Bridger Bowl getting a little more tracked out. So if you're trying to get up there and get some fresh turns, you'd better hurry up.
Wow, absolutely. Looks like they're getting face shots up there. That is stunning camera work, if I do say so myself.
If you look carefully there, you can see someone getting some face shots right now heading into the trees, and also going down the middle. So lots of good skiing out there to be had today. Huge light turns coming through the trees on the left side of the mountain there. You can see the powder absolutely flying up as they make their way through the trees and heading into the cliffs. But looks like an awesome day to hike some ridge laps.
We are just a couple of minutes away from the start of the men's final. This is when, not a super big turnaround for these guys in between the semifinal number 2 and this final. This is when which heat you got, your strategy so far, this is when it really starts to take effect. Not a super cold day, so staying warm not a massive factor. But what do you think their feeding strategy was like out there, Kai?
I would imagine between this short of a turnaround, you start to step away from solid foods, go to something more liquid based, and the athletes you can see there are. It's not too cold. None of them have jackets on as they walk around, keep their legs loose and ready as they get ready to step into their skis. A lot of times you'll see athletes do some jumps, shake the legs out, but it looks like these guys are cool, calm, and collected as they hang out there and just kind of step around.
Yeah, not too much of that shaking of the leg like the Jan stance, but my favorite I think for these days was Haribo gummy bears. I think that was throw that in the water belt in between, kind of get some of those in your mouth, just keep the glycogen stores high, still feel good. I know caffeine is always a factor as well. I know a lot of these guys sometimes take caffeine pills. Have you ever experimented with that?
I haven't done caffeine before a race since a middle school cross-country running race where I ate 3 shot block caffeines and had heart palpitations, but I leave that for the other athletes out there today.
Yeah, absolutely. You never want to mess around with the heart. Looks like they're stepping to the line now. Again, Michael Earnhardt on the right of your screen, followed by number 3. That is Emil Yontun of the CU Buffs. Then Trey Jones of the CU Buffs as well. Anders Weiss of the BSF Pro Team. Julian Locke, great for him to get here, number 16 from the Blackjack Nordic Center. Then furthest to the left is Adam Witowski of SMS T2 team. This will definitely be a great heat. We got a lot of heavy hitters in this one, a lot of big names. I'm excited to watch it, and I think it'll be interesting to see who takes it out hot. I would expect it to be more of a tactical race, as these finals typically are. No lucky loser, nothing to gain other than those top spots. So there's really no benefit to being first, not across the line. The only thing that matters is the finish.
Yeah, exactly. It's the tactics change a little bit when you get into these finals. Sometimes there's athletes there that are just happy to be in the final. But I would imagine today, especially given the bib numbers we're looking at here, that everybody's fighting for the win and ready to put it all out there. So as the athletes get lined up here, we'll see if we get a clean start. And we're off. Looks like a really good start from Anders Weiss there as he moves out into the front with Emil Yontun from Colorado and Michael sticking his way into second or third. Looks like he might push around on the outside, but looks like he's content to sit in third for now, with Trey Jones taking a slightly different tactic than we've seen before and moving into fourth as they really slam the pace back down and start to relax a little here. Adam Witowski relaxing in the back, and Julian Locke thinking he might want to make something of this race and burn some fast twitch fibers out. Seems like he's trying to make his way around the outside and maybe push the pace up a little bit.
Yeah, definitely interesting tactic from him. I wouldn't have expected that maybe with some people like Anders Weiss who are, real aerobic beasts. But it looks like he is definitely trying to get away here, trying to make this a hard race from the beginning. This is kind of that flat, gradual section before the downhill, so we'll see who's saving the energy here and who's getting ready for that final climb back into the finish.
Yeah, it looks like Michael was taking a little bit of a breather, but now trying to work his way back through the field on this downhill and into that uphill. I wonder if we won't see someone try and go as we come down the gradual downhill here and into the loop-de-doo 180 uphill up the other way. That uphill coming up here, if you go really fast, can be a good place to get a little bit of daylight, but you have the downside of a slight downhill afterwards and a long run into the finish. And so if you burn your matches too early, especially with a super fast short sprint, as it looks like potentially Julian Locke is doing here, you can have, and maybe Trey Jones on the outside, you can fall flat on that long sprint finish because those short sprints can spike your lactate levels really high.
Michael and Adam getting a little tangled there coming around that last corner. Looks like everybody made it out okay, but this is kind of where it comes down to it. This is where your strategy for the entire day comes to, rubber to pavement right here. This is where Michael Earnhardt going on the outside, Julian Locke still absolutely smashing the poles. Anders Weiss really putting in an amazing sprint here. Okay, can he get away? Looks like he's got a little bit of daylight. Julian Locke still on the outside. Looks like Michael is coming up strong on the outside, followed by Emil of CU Boulder. Looks like Michael is going to challenge Anders for the win. Let's see. Can Anders keep the last 100 meters? Oh, who's it going to be? Hard to tell from this angle. Looks like Anders might keep it. Michael, it's going to be a lunge. Oh, hard to tell. Who do you think?
I think Durs got it there. I think if Michael got it, he would have given us a little LeBron James King celebration as he's done earlier this season. So I think Anders got it. Absolutely awesome day for Anders, sneaking into the final here with a DQ and pulling it out with his first Super Tour win. He's got to feel great about that, and awesome one to bring home to the bank with his parents watching today.
Absolutely amazing result from Anders. It's just such a talented skier, I think he was a little disappointed to have missed out on U23s this year after some sickness at US Nationals, but really showing his fitness and his talent here at this Super Tour, not too many weeks later, really showing that maybe he could have been he had the potential to make that team.
Yeah. He I know he was really looking forward to trying to compete for those U23 championship spots. And so it was definitely disappointing for him to be quite sick throughout U.S. Nationals. I think same thing for Graham Hausma. And I know they were able to get healthy and race the last race, but it takes it's best 3 out of 4. So one good race isn't enough to get you onto those teams. So it's good to see him pulling up, racing really well here, and we'll see if that provides some opportunities for him a little later on in the season.
Yeah, absolutely. So such a competitive field this is, such a competitive nation at this point as well. Like really, taking a win here is a very prestigious thing, and very, 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 very impressive from Anders Weiss. Okay, the women's final is lining up. The women's final: Erica Lavin, Carolina Coletta, Eve Odine Dufour, Erin Bianco, Anna Price, Astrid Lund. That is 2 CU Boulder skiers, 1 University of Utah skier, 1 University of Denver skier, 1 Montana State University skier. So pretty good representation of teams here, really showing the talent, the competitiveness of this field. They are lining up now, getting ready to go, and they're off. I would anticipate maybe Erica Lavin to, I think, show all her strength here and really, take it all the way and really show that she's the one who can win here, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll have to see what these athletes have in store for us. It looks like Erica Lavin and Erin Bianco together are taking this heat out as they did in their semifinal. So I wonder if they're going to try and keep the pace a little bit low here as we come up the first hill, as they've done in the past. Erica Lavin, as we know, very confident in her sprint finish. So we'll see if anyone in this heat can challenge her on that regard. Anna Price is sitting back here in the back, taking a rest. I'm sure her parents are out there on course cheering her on pretty hard too, but she's had a lot of experience on a course very similar to this on the Crosscut roller ski track. So we'll see if any of that experience helps her out today as they come around the top of the first hill here and are soon to head down into the downhill.
Yeah, it looks like they're all still together. Looks like it's Erin Bianco still in front, side by side with Erica Lavin. They are maybe Erin Bianco getting a little bit in front. Maybe that's a tactical decision by her. She's going to try and maybe break away. We'll see. I think all of these skiers are, very talented to have made it here so far, and it's going to be a great race to watch. I think should expect some big fireworks coming around this last corner and back into this uphill stretch to the finish.
Yeah, it looks like Erica Lavin is aiming into the front now. We'll see if she's been saving something this whole time, just sprinting at the end, and is going to give us a new tactic coming through the hill here. It looks like she might be getting a little bit excited, but she isn't making the moves that the body movements that I would expect for someone to go do an all-out sprint just yet. Clearly is picking the pace up, but we will see if... Oh, we have a crash there. Not too bad. Looks like that was 103 Anna Price. She's still in this race. Not a bad time for a crash. Looks like all of her equipment is okay, so she's still in it. See if she can fight back and fight for the podium still. That's a tough place to crash, though. Lose some momentum over the top of the hill, and I think her legs are feeling that right now. But she has looks like she has pretty fast skis and might be gliding up on Carolina Coletta there, so she may still be able to fight for something at the end.
Absolutely a crash. Even if you get up right away, really spikes the adrenaline, gets the legs feeling extra heavy. Looks like at the front of the race, Erica Lavin still in front. Erin Bianco maybe in second. Oh no, that is the DU skier. That is Evodine Dufour. Looks like they're fighting it out. Maybe, God, the DU skier really looks like the tempo's a lot lower. Maybe she's going to really hammer around this next corner and put in a sprint and take Erica all the way to the line. Let's see. Oh, looks like Erica is showing her dominance and has stepped away from the rest of the field. Looks like it's going to be Erica Lavin, Eve Dufour, and Caroline Coletta in third. Oh, or maybe it was Osterlund. Hard to tell between the two CU buff skiers.
I wonder. It's interesting. We didn't get a U from Erica Lavin today. Maybe that's reserved only for RIMSA qualifiers. But she put up a little one yesterday as she won the 20K.
I would expect that. I think that's a pretty, pretty high class gesture, and I think maybe she reserves that only for the RMISA qualifiers, maybe even for NCAAs itself. But we'll have to see. We'll be following along closely in the future. Great racing from all the athletes out there today. You can see, just an amazing day, amazing sunny day, and thanks to all the volunteers and everyone who made this possible. It was really awesome to watch and a lot of great skiing.
Yeah, and I think we'll be back with you guys for the junior races shortly, but I believe, oh no, my bad, we will not be back for the junior races. My apologies.
We will be with you tomorrow for the 7.5K individual start. That is a REMSA qualifier, so that will be big points for all the college athletes. We'd expect to see all the college athletes who didn't race today to be in extra good shape for tomorrow. It is an individual start, so a little slower, but we'll try and keep you updated on all the live streaming and everything like that, so please stay tuned for tomorrow.
Yeah, have a great one. Enjoy Bridger Bowl.
So we're going to try to bring some people in. As you can see, that lovely shot of Bridger Bowl, it is getting tracked. Like, apparently there's no Powder 8 competition today up there at Bridger. We're trying to get some people in for interviews, and we'll be right back.
Are we live?
Yeah, we're live.
Oh, okay, there we go.
We got our winner and second place here. Winner being Michael. My bad on the commenting there, thinking Dirks got it. But Michael, how did it feel to take the win today? Second Super Tour sprint win in a row. This time by a boot length. Last time enough time to put on the crown. How did it feel to take the win today?
I mean, it always feels good to win, like, for sure. And coming off that last win and, like, this being a similar field, I was kind of, you know, obviously hoping to repeat it, but this is a completely different course, completely different day. And, you know, a lot can happen on a sprint day, and obviously, you know, today was a lot closer. I skied it much differently than last time, but super happy to be able to take away the win, especially in, like, such a close fashion.
Yeah, it seemed like while you were out there in a lot of the heats, you were taking it a little bit easy at the start, trying to crush your sprint finish at the end. I know it's been a strength for you this year and also in the past. Was that a thought today, or were you just racing how you felt?
Yeah, definitely. I felt like this course was a little drafty in the first half, so it didn't seem like it was very useful for me to go out early. And I feel like when I get tired, my finish gets really bad, so the goal was just to have some energy left so that I could finish fast. And I think I managed to pull that off.
Absolutely. Congratulations.
Thank you.
There's best Super Tour overall result today. First podium, if I'm not mistaken, and a great race overall. You were almost in 7th there today, but snuck into the final with some aggressive racing by Zach Jane taking him out. And you managed to get up here, get into second, get on the podium. What went into that performance today?
Quick announcement here, all the men's and women's senior
lots of fueling,
GPs are available in the starting pen. Make sure you go grab those.
Super stoked on today, and after some rough U.S. Nationals, this is what I need to get back in the mix.
Absolutely. Now, I know that you gave me a call the other day when they had the $30 Bridger Bowl passes if you carpooled. I'm wondering if that contributed to your performance today and if you managed to get out there on that Friday or last Friday.
I ended up being able to get out there with some friends and lift some laps, and definitely helped for today.
Awesome.
Chugged a bunch of root beer before too, so that helped a lot too.
Nice. Does the root beer have any caffeine in it, or is this the Bridger the Teton Brewing root beers that you're famous for?
This was the classic mug root beer 2-liter.
Nice. Yeah. Thanks, gentlemen. Have a wonderful day, and congratulations.
Thank you, Kai.
Thank you.
All right, those were your men in the final heat there. We'll go ahead and try to get some of the women for an interview here shortly. All right, we will do awards, and then we will try to get some women on there. Thanks again for viewing, and we'll see you tomorrow. But please stand by, as we will do awards and do some women's interview.
National Rep by reaching on the top of the podium. And we got top 6 women here, staying strong all day. Top 6 Norman senior heats. Go ahead and put your hands up, ladies. Nice job. Good work. Woo! And one with everyone on the podium. Nice job.
When did you interview women's leader, the winner?
Where'd she go?
I know where she went to.
How's it going?
Where do you? Oh yeah.
I gotta do.
I was feeling pretty strong. I feel the altitude a lot, like the lactate just building up. But I felt like I had every heat controlled, so the final was still feeling pretty good.
Okay, nice. That's great. So you're in your freshman year at the University of Utah. How has the change to school been after Sweden?
Yeah, it's been actually very fun. Like, it was a lot in the beginning, but I feel like it's been fun all the way. So I'm really looking forward to some more years here.
Okay, awesome. What's next for you in these coming weeks?
2 weeks at home, and then I don't actually know where. I think it's Vail we're going to.
Okay.
So 2 weeks to chill at home, hopefully get some school done, and then just head out again on the road.
And then it's Alaska after that with Fairbanks.
Yeah.
Exactly. Are you excited for Alaska?
Yeah, it was fun when we were there on Nationals, so I'm excited to see Fairbanks actually. Hopefully it's not that cold.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much, and we wish you luck in the future.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Thanks for doing that.
All right, thanks so much, and we're done. Have a great afternoon, and we'll see you back tomorrow for the 7.5K Classic.